media account, reiterating his support for Kevin McCarthy. The former president wrote, "Some really good conversations took place last night, and now it's time for all of our great Republican House members to vote for Kevin. Close the deal, take the victory, and watch crazy Nancy Pelosi fly back home to a very broken California, the only speaker in U.S. history to have lost the House twice. Republicans do not turn a great triumph into a giant and embarrassing defeat. It's time to celebrate. You deserve it. Kevin McCarthy will do a good job and maybe even a great job. Just watch." Now, in just a few minutes, the House gavel will go down. It's possible they might not even have a fourth vote. Heather Cagle of Punchbowl News is reporting that Democrats are hearing that Republicans will vote to adjourn when they come in at noon, either until this afternoon or tomorrow. We mentioned this possibility in Punchbowl News, and now Democrat leaders recommending a no vote if Republicans move to adjourn. That's what was announced in the Democratic caucus. Now, we haven't heard much from House Republicans this morning, but the House Democrats held a press conference to talk about the path forward and what happened yesterday. Here's a little bit from Democratic caucus chair Pete Aguilar.
Right now, our focus and we're working with our staffs to make sure that we're following the letter and the spirit of everything that we're allowed to do. But we don't have status as members until we organize. And that's unfortunately as a result of this Republican chaos. And so, there will come points where other things are impacted. Committees can't hire their staff members as well because there are no committee chairs and ranking members. This is a crisis of the Congress. And it's a crisis at the hands of the Republican dysfunction. And so that's where we are until we have the main organizing principle, which is electing someone to lead this Congress and taking our oaths, which is so important.
And in about 3 minutes, the gavel will come down in the House. The lights are on. People are, some of the members-elect are starting to gather. We'll go to the House floor in just a second. Just wanted to share this late-breaking tweet with you from Olivia Beavers of Politico. We've heard from 5 House Republicans who are likely to oppose a motion to adjourn if GOP leadership decides to do so at noon. 4 said they are strongly against, and 1 is a lean no. 5 plus the 212 Democrats, if they all vote no on the motion to adjourn, is 217. And with 434 members, that would be 217 to 217. So we'll see how this plays out in just about 2 minutes. And now live to the House floor.
House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, in these days of uncertainty and change, we turn to you who are the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Regardless of the circumstance, Lord, you are not just present, but provisioning, supplying us all that we need to forge into and navigate the unknown ahead. Give us reason then to cling to faith and to trust your guiding hand in this liminal period of our chamber's leadership. Offer us the gift of perspective. Bring to our minds the upheaval taking place in countries like Ukraine. In the face of chaos, they yet remain resolute, ever committed to the defense of their country and the strength of their government, bound together and upheld by their faith that you will sustain them. How can we possibly succumb to our own disquiet and frustration when we reflect on the challenges governments around the world struggle to resolve in the name of democracy? Even as we seek to establish this new Congress, remind us that we have a building not constructed by human hands. In our momentary distress, may we never lose sight of your divine hand that guides our own nation. Call us to live this day in faith, if not by sight, and seek always to make it our goal to please you as we serve the nation you have entrusted to us. We lean on you, our rock, and pray in the name of our sure Redeemer. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces the House the approval thereof. Representatives-elect are invited to join in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance. From what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Clerk, I have a point of order that a quorum is not present.
The gentlewoman makes a point of order that a quorum is not present. The chair will count for a quorum.
You want to take that?
And as you can see, Representative Elise Stefanik of New York called for a count of to see if there's a quorum in the House, and they are hand counting members right now. Cheryl Johnson, the clerk of the House, will report on whether or not 218 members are present before they proceed with other business, potentially an adjournment amendment, potentially a fourth vote for Speaker. Live coverage on C-SPAN.
The chair counts 351 members. There is a quorum present.
You're gonna need more order this time. I want to repeat that.
The chair counts 351 members. There is a quorum present. The question recurs upon the election of a speaker. The tellers will please come forward to take their seats.
George, you got tellers.
Hold on, Tim, we have a set. Just don't put the date.
And as you can see, GOP leader Kevin McCarthy has made his way onto the floor. He's standing there with one of the longest serving Republican congressmen, Tom Cole of Oklahoma. This is live coverage, waiting for the counters or the tellers to come up to the front of the House chamber so they can begin a fourth vote. It looks at this point that a fourth vote will be held.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
We're going to go to Gallagher first.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
From Wisconsin. Madam Clerk,
Wisconsin.
I rise to nominate the gentleman from California, Mr. Kevin McCarthy, for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized. The gentleman is recognized.
Let's all take a second, take a look around. I know people are getting frustrated. Take a look at this chamber and realize how lucky we are to serve this country in Congress. How lucky we all are, Democrats and Republicans, to be citizens of the greatest country in the history of the world. He's definitely out of order, Madam Clerk. I say that because I know last night people were frustrated. They wanted to go to parties. They wanted to take pictures with their families. But honestly, we find ourselves here in this chamber for the second day, and we know we got work to do. But in some ways, there's no place I'd rather be. With the possible exception of Lambeau Field on Sunday, no place I'd rather be. But maybe with the excitement, some of you hadn't had an opportunity to check what's happening online, let me fill you in, or what's happening on Twitter, what the press is writing about. In some ways, they're salivating. There's headlines about the chaos, this and that. Yesterday, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle were tweeting their bags of popcorn that they had out. They love it. The schadenfreude is palpable. But I think my friends on the Democratic side misunderstand what's happening here. Sure, it looks messy, but democracy is messy. Democracy is messy by design, by design. And that's a feature, not a bug of our system. We air it all out in the open for the American people to see. Because at the end of the day, the president's not in charge, the Supreme Court's not in charge, the Speaker of the House is not even in charge. The American people are in charge. And I'm proud to be part of a party that welcomes debate, that invites different views, that isn't afraid of that. Now, I listened to some of my colleagues yesterday. Mr. Roy from Texas, my good friend, he knows I respect his views. I have been his partner in anti-proxy voting crusades, pro-regular order crusades. I understand. I know that his intentions are pure. I know a lot of people are just frustrated with the way Congress works. But, and Chip, you know I believe that in my bones, nobody has done more to lay out a plan for how we restore the basic functioning of this institution than Kevin McCarthy. Nobody. Nobody has done that. Now, you may not have gotten everything you wanted. There are things I want that I know it's just not possible to get done in this Congress. But Mr. McCarthy has gone above and beyond in terms of listening to people with concerns and laying out a plan for how we restore the basic functioning of the House of Representatives. Furthermore, I believe no one has done more to bring us into the majority than Kevin McCarthy. Listen, I wish we had a bigger majority, right? I wish we could do everything over the next 2 years, but the American people gave us an opportunity. They gave us, Republicans, an opportunity to inject some basic common sense into the federal government, to pull the emergency brake on a lot of the crazy we've seen in the last few years. They're asking us to do a job, and nobody has laid out a plan, a proactive policy agenda for the direction we want to take this country in more detail than Kevin McCarthy. You all had an opportunity to provide input into that plan. And the irony of this current moment and this debate we're having is that on the big stuff we all agree, right? We want to secure the border. We don't want the executive branch to do everything through a pen and a phone. We want to work with our Democratic colleagues when it comes to standing up to our enemies abroad, right? There are basic things we know we need to do. It is time to get to work. So, you might tweet out some more popcorn emojis, I get it. You might write your headlines, but what I see right now is energy. A tremendous amount of energy in this Republican caucus who want to do the work of the people. Mr. McCarthy is not asking you to endorse business as usual in the House. He's laid out a plan to renew the House of Representatives and once again make it an institution that we can credibly look ourselves in the mirror and say, we are working in the people's house. For that and many other reasons, I nominate Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of this House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Clerk, make no mistake, there is no frustration on our side. We are focused on serving the American people. In order to do that, we have to unite behind a speaker. And Democrats are united behind a speaker who prioritizes putting better-paying jobs in industries of the future. Growing up in a working-class family, he knows that a good-paying job and a good education are key to economic mobility. He knows that to tackle the affordability crisis in this country, we need to make sure that everybody gets paid enough to live and work in any zip code. And he knows that by creating these jobs, we can once again make it in America. Madam Clerk, as chair of the Democratic caucus, I am directed by that vote of the caucus to present for election to the 118th Congress the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, representative-elect for the state of New York for the office of Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
I seek to place a nomination for Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Yesterday, my first vote for Speaker of the House was for Byron Donalds. Today, I'm rising to nominate Byron Donalds for Speaker of the House of Representatives. Byron is a dear friend, a solid conservative, but most importantly, a family man who loves dearly his wife, Erica, his 3 children, has a proven track record as a businessman, public service in the Florida legislature, and now as a member of the United States Congress. Now, here we are, and for the first time in history, there have been 2 Black Americans placed into the nomination for Speaker of the House. However, Madam Speaker, order. Madam Clerk, order. We do not seek to judge people by the color of their skin, but rather the content of their character. Byron Donalds Byron Donalds is a good man raised by a single mom who moved past adversity, became a Christian man at the age of 21, and has devoted his life to advancing the cause for his family and for this country. And he has done it admirably. But there's an important reason for nominating Byron, and that is this country needs a change. This country needs leadership that does not reflect this city, this town that is badly broken. The House of Representatives is the people's house. It represents the entirety of our country, and we each represent some 750,000 people. And we come here, and here we sit in a room filled with those representatives. And my friend, Mr. Gallagher, and he is my friend, and I agree with him on many things, and I agree with almost everything that you were talking about. But we should be in here having this kind of a conversation with this many people in the room about Ukraine. And we should debate the merits, and we should debate the ups and downs of being involved. We should debate the $45 billion. We should debate whether it should be more or less. We should debate whether it should be paid for. We should debate what the result we should demand. The only way you're going to get that is if you change the rules and have the leadership to advance the rules to make sure that we can do that. Now, we've had a conversation for 2 months to try to advance the ball, and we have had success in doing that. But we're not there. We're not at the place where we need to be to guarantee that we're going to be able to stand up in the face of the swamp that continues to step over the American people on a daily basis and spend money we don't have, and to continue to leave our borders open, and to continue to fund bureaucrats that are stepping over the freedoms of the American people. Byron will stand up and do that. Byron has a track record of doing that. And importantly, when we're sitting here today and we continue this debate and we then have a vote, I just ask my friends on this side of the aisle, do you think that the American people support the status quo? Yes or no? Do you think that the American people want us to continue down the road of what we've been doing? Do they want us to continue to do the things since the leadership that's currently in place have been in place? Do you think they want us to continue down that path? And the argument that I would make is that they want a new face, new vision, new leadership, and I believe that face, vision, and new leadership is Byron Donalds, and I'm proud to put his name into nomination, and I yield back.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Ready? Adams. Jeffries. Adams.
Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Amodei. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Bedagan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Donalds. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Donalds. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bast. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Donalds. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. McCarthy. Bouchon. McCarthy. Budzinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeRemer. McCarthy. Shirfelis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Siscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Donalds. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Donalds. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. McCarthy. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. De La Cruz. McCarthy. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. D'Esposito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Donalds. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy. Elsie. McCarthy. Emmer. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshu. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezel. McCarthy. Fallon.
4th District of Texas, vote for Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Feenstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. Ferguson. McCarthy. Feenstad. McCarthy. Fishbach. McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates.
Proudly cast my historic vote for Byron Donalds.
Donalds. Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Donalds. Gooden of Texas, McCarthy. Gosar, Donalds. Gottheimer, Jeffries. Granger, McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana, McCarthy. Graves of Missouri, McCarthy. Green of Tennessee, McCarthy. Green of Texas,
Still I rise on behalf of those who were victims of convict leasing, which was slavery by another name. 95 of whom are buried in a common grave in Sugar Land, Texas. Order. And I proudly cast my vote. Order.
Jeffries. Green of Georgia, McCarthy. Griffith, McCarthy. Grijalva, Jeffries. Grothman, McCarthy. Guest, McCarthy. Guthrie, McCarthy. Hageman, McCarthy. Harder of California, Jeffries. Harris, Donalds. Harshbarger, McCarthy. Hayes, Jeffries. Hearn, McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana, McCarthy. Higgins of New York, Jeffries. Hill, McCarthy. Himes, Jeffries. Hinson, McCarthy. Horsford, Jeffries. Houchin, McCarthy. Houlihan, Jeffries. Hoyer, Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon, Jeffries. Hudson, McCarthy. Huffman, Jeffries. Huizinga, McCarthy. Hunt, McCarthy. Issa, McCarthy. Ivy, Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois, Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina, Jeffries. Jackson of Texas, McCarthy. Jackson Lee, Jeffries. Jacobs, Jeffries. James, McCarthy. Jayapal, Jeffries. Jeffries, Jeffries. Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Cam Lager Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Khanna. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Kuster. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. Lalota. McCarthy. LaMalfa.
Day 2 of 117.
McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler.
Until the last vote, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Lukemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. Donalds. Luttrell. McCarthy. Lynch.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Mace. McCarthy. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. McCarthy. McCall. McCarthy. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. McCarthy. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. McCarthy. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Mang. Jeffries. Muser. McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Donalds. Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy. Mills. Mills. McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy. Nadler. Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Nagoose. Jeffries. Nails. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Donalds.
None of Iowa.
The Honorable Kevin
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Obernolte. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Donalds. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. McCarthy. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Jeffries. Pepys. Jeffries. Pasquarello. Jeffries. Payne.
Mr. Jeffries.
Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Donalds. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Hokan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy. Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy. Rosendale. Donalds. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. McCarthy. Roy. Donalds. Ruiz. Jeffries. Rupersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. McCarthy. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. McCarthy. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise. McCarthy. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff.
Jeffries. Schneider. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Schweikert. McCarthy. Austin Scott. McCarthy. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Donalds. Sessions. McCarthy. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Simpson. McCarthy. Slotkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. McCarthy. Smith of Nebraska. McCarthy. Smith of New Jersey. McCarthy. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. McCarthy. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Spanberger. Jeffries. Sparks. Sparks. Stansbury. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. McCarthy. Steele. McCarthy. Stefanik. McCarthy. Style. McCarthy. Stubbe. McCarthy. Stevens. Jeffries. Stewart. McCarthy. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong. McCarthy. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Tenney. McCarthy. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Tiffany. McCarthy. Timmons. McCarthy. Titus. Jeffries. Tlaib. Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Jeffries. Turner. McCarthy. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. McCarthy. Van Drew. McCarthy. Van Dyne. McCarthy. Van Orden. McCarthy. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez. Jeffries. Vesey. Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. McCarthy. Wahlberg. McCarthy. Waltz. McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas.
Architect of Commitment to America, Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Winstrup. McCarthy. Westerman. McCarthy. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild. Jeffries. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of New York. McCarthy. Williams of Texas. McCarthy. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy. Womack. McCarthy. Yakum. McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Sparts. Present.
And this is live coverage of the House of Representatives vote for Speaker the fourth time. That's Byron Donalds there on your screen in the yellow tie. He received 20 votes after being nominated by Representative Chip Roy. 20 dissenters from the Kevin McCarthy group once again. But this time, Representative McCarthy only received 201 votes. Victoria Sparks of Indiana voting present. And Byron Donalds has been in the House. He was first elected in 2020. He represents Southwest Florida, the Naples area. He's originally from Brooklyn. Whether a fifth vote is going to be held, we don't know yet. They are doing the official count now. You can see the count on our screen, very similar to yesterday's, except Byron Donalds' name instead of Jim Jordan's, and one voting present. So Hakeem Jeffries again gets all 212 Democratic votes. This is live coverage. Whether they adjourn or go to a fifth vote, we don't know yet, but we'll stay live. Simply wanted to comment on some of the folks you see there on your screen. Matt Gaetz in the center lower, and that's Andy Harris of Maryland. Those two are both defectors. Ralph Norman, South Carolina, with his back to us, and then Jim Jordan is over there. And Congressman Jordan has voted for Kevin McCarthy each time, while Representatives Norman, Harris, and Gaetz have not. These are some of the conversations happening on the floor as we speak. Live coverage on C-SPAN. And on your screen is Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida, and that's Tom Emmer, the white-haired gentleman sitting with him. He is the Republican whip, and he is from Minnesota, and he's a strong McCarthy supporter. Byron Donalds, of course, got unofficially 20 votes for Speaker. That count that you see on the left-hand side of your screen, while probably accurate, it is unofficial until the reading clerk says it out loud and confirms the results. Very similar to the third ballot yesterday, except one present vote instead of a vote for Kevin McCarthy by Victoria Sparks, Republican of Indiana. Jim Jordan was the third nominee yesterday with 20 votes. This time it's Byron Donalds, but Jim Jordan has voted for Kevin McCarthy all 4 rounds so far. There are 4 House members who are the tellers. They are the counters. They will give the official numbers. Their numbers have to jibe with each other. 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats. They are counting, then the clerk will give the official results. The Hill has just put out this tweet. Kevin McCarthy has begun talks with Democrats about a deal to support a consensus candidate for Speaker or hold out from voting to ensure he needs to reach a lower threshold. That's from The Hill. And as you can see, a lot of animated conversations going on the House floor as we await the official results of the fourth vote for Speaker. Members are starting to send tweets as well during this time. Representative Andy Biggs, who was the first anti-Kevin McCarthy nominee on the Republican side, tweeted out, "Kevin is now 0-4. His opposition has grown in just 2 days. It's time for him to hang up the cleats and let the House move forward without him at the helm." Marjorie Taylor Greene has also tweeted out, and she is in support of Kevin McCarthy. "We are on day 2, and the same Never Kevin group is now on their third Speaker candidate. People are truly beginning to realize they have no plan, and they are sick and tired of trust the plan that's a complete secret and never produces results." And on your screen is a relatively animated conversation between Scott Perry of Pennsylvania, who is the Freedom Caucus chair, and Jason Smith of Missouri, who's very active in budget matters, as we continue to await the official tally on the fourth vote for Speaker. Well, there was one present vote for the first time in the last 2 days, and it was Victoria Spartz. She is a Republican from central Indiana, and CNN is reporting that the GOP lawmaker told Melanie Zanora of CNN that the vote that Spartz had been weighing a no vote, she had been weighing a no vote, so Republicans had been watching her closely. Spartz attended a forum on rule changes with Andy Biggs in November and is weighing a Senate bid in Indiana where she'd have to go through a primary.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 433, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 20. With one member-elect recorded as present. No member-elect having received a majority of the whole number of votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Now, why would I, as a conservative, as an Army Ranger, business guy, the first guy that the House Freedom Caucus backed in a congressional race, why would I nominate Kevin McCarthy to become the next Speaker of the House? Why would Jim Jordan? Why would other conservatives like Thomas Massie, Jim Banks, Kevin Hern, and others support Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House? You know, something in our nature as humans causes us to dehumanize others when we engage in conflict. Dehumanizing others makes it easier to ascribe bad motives and to engage in the fight. But it also makes it harder to understand one another. As actions push further disagreement, arguments tend to escalate rather than resolve. We're on the precipice of such a destructive argument today. I plead with all of my Republican colleagues, let cooler, more rational heads prevail. Let us unite as Republicans to elect the next Speaker of the House. Unlike Democrats, nearly every Republican at least campaigns on some form of smaller, more accountable government. Once we get here, the bipartisan consensus keeps growing a bigger, less accountable government. The American people know that the status quo is broken, that we've become less free, less safe, and more burdened by debt. The American people are sick and tired of it, and they keep sending us reinforcements. Reinforcements that today help make up our small majority. But a majority is only a majority if we actually work together. Now, lots of people back home don't trust anyone in this town. Perhaps we would be wise to listen to them and some wisdom from Ronald Reagan. Trust, but verify. Trust is a fragile condition and easily broken. As I've listened to my friends, 20 of whom have opposed Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House, and others, the root issue is this: they do not trust Kevin McCarthy. What can heal that divide? Right now, there are a lot of colleagues that don't trust 20 or more of my fellow Republicans. Right now, though we remain divided, an actual majority of the House Freedom Caucus members do support Kevin McCarthy. This summer, a unified House Freedom Caucus started the negotiations with a proposal for new rules, a different way to govern that empowers committees and regular members. We proposed that a set of tools could be structured to make trust more verifiable and allow recourse if that trust is ever broken. Following the election, Kevin McCarthy engaged in that negotiation. He led the conference to adopt substantive reforms that will make our majority more effective. Let me list some of them. Andrew Clyde's proposal to restore public access to the Capitol. Lauren Boebert's proposal to reduce the linkage between the NRCC and the steering committee process. Gary Palmer's proposal to cap spending on suspension bills. Ralph Norman's proposal to limit leadership reports and make conference more about engaging all members. Chip Roy's proposal to provide a 5-day notice for suspension votes. Dan Bishop's proposal in privileged resolutions. Scott Perry's proposal for additional conference meetings ahead of key votes. Bob Good's proposal on standalone appropriations bills. Andy Biggs' proposal limiting suspension waivers from committees. Chip Roy's proposal to make co-sponsored amendments in order. Affirm 72-hour publication of bills before calling for a recorded vote. An end to proxy voting. An end to remote participation in committee work by members of Congress. The Holman Rule. An end to the Gephardt Rule. Cut go instead of pay go. An end to unblocked suspension votes. A major reform worked out with Morgan Griffin, what we hope to call the Griffin Rule, on single subject bills subject to germaneness points of order and amendment. Diverse viewpoints on every committee. Lastly, a church-style commission was added to the Judiciary Committee focused on the abuses our own big government has unjustly collaborated with big business and big tech to silence, persecute, or even prosecute our fellow citizens. As Thomas Massey pointed out, Elon Musk bought a crime scene. Now that we know and the public knows, the question is, what in the hell are we going to do about it? Well, this select committee answers that question with oversight and leadership by our most effective member, my friend and colleague, the future chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Congressman Jim Jordan. We, as Republicans, are a big and diverse conference. The real question goes back to strategy. Can we accept incremental progress? Can we work for a victory, one first down at a time? Or can we only accept the high-risk trick plays? Can we set about the hard work of winning debates with our colleagues, as we have done through this process? Can we take a win every now and then and give hope to the forgotten men and women of America who no longer believe this place, this people's house, cares about them? Or having achieved nearly every concession that we've asked for, including a motion to vacate the chair with one privilege resolution. Does it really boil down to this, that 20 or more of my colleagues will never trust Kevin McCarthy as Speaker? I feel at this time we risk a worse outcome if we cannot unite behind the man that has helped us achieve these substantive reforms. Reforms that offer all of us, this whole body, hope for change in this broken status quo. Reforms that our voters have demanded, reforms that we've worked hard together to achieve, and finally, reforms that we risk forfeiting if we do not work together as Republicans to elect the next Speaker of the House. Now is the time for deeds, not words, and I nominate Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House. I humbly ask for your support.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Clerk, the lead vote getter in the last 4 tallies, Democrats are united behind a speaker who will work to codify the right to seek an abortion into law. Like all of us, Hakeem has spoken about consistently the disastrous Dobbs decision. He has spoken time and time again that it is well past time to codify Roe v. Wade into law, and he knows that young women should not grow up in a world with fewer rights than their parents and grandparents. He will ensure that reproductive freedom is enshrined into law. So that's why, Madam Clerk, as chair of the Democratic caucus, I am directed by the caucus to present for election Hakeem Jeffries, representative-elect from New York, as our next speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado rise?
I rise to nominate Congressman Byron Donalds.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today to nominate Byron Donalds, my friend, an amazing man of Florida, an amazing leader, someone who almost even took leadership here in our Republican Party and came very close in doing so, and it was a very brave run that he took. He's a man who understands what tough times look like and has come out of those tough times even stronger, more liberal.
And the results of the fifth ballot for Speaker, the unofficial results are the same as the official results of the fourth ballot. Hakeem Jeffries again, 212, all 212 Democrats in the House. Kevin McCarthy, 201 Republicans. Byron Donalds, 20 Republicans. And once again, Victoria Spartz of Indiana voted present. According to Manu Raju of CNN, Representative Byron Donalds told reporters that he has spoken to Kevin McCarthy and plans to again today. He declined to comment when asked if McCarthy should drop out. Asked him what he wants, him being Byron Donalds, Congressman Donalds said his chief demand is to allow just one member to call for a vote seeking the Speaker's ouster. Now, if you were listening to this last vote, some members did not vote right away, and one of those members was Ken Buck, a Republican from Colorado. At the end, when they got the remainders to vote, he voted for Kevin McCarthy. But it's being reported that Ken Buck told CNN, I believe it was, that this fifth ballot, this last vote, would be his last for Kevin McCarthy, and that his vote was open after that. And Jake Sherman of Punchbowl News is saying a source tells him that House Republicans are likely to immediately move into sixth ballot for Speaker. And the House is currently awaiting the official results of the fifth ballot, but they look to be the same as the official results of the fourth ballot: 212 for Hakeem Jeffries, 201 votes for Kevin McCarthy, 20 for Byron Donalds, and 1 vote present by Victoria Spartz of Indiana. Now, Jake Sherman had reported via tweet that his sources tell him that the Republicans are going to move directly to a 6th election. We heard that Ken Buck, Republican of Colorado, said that the 5th vote was his last committed vote to Kevin McCarthy. Scott Wong of NBC tweets out that Steve Scalise seems much more active on the floor now after the 5th defeat for McCarthy. He was seen huddling with Scott Perry and Representative Dusty Johnson of South Dakota earlier, the leaders of the Freedom and Main Street caucuses. And another tweet came out by Kyle Stewart of NBC. Fun fact, of the 14 instances when the speaker election has gone to multiple ballots, no speaker has ever been elected on ballots number 4 through number 8. Multiple ballots for Speaker have occurred 14 times in U.S. history, 133 times in 1856. Took about 2 months. And in 1923 was the last time that multiple ballots for Speaker occurred until today and yesterday. We're still awaiting the official tally on speaker vote number 5, but the results seem the same as speaker vote number 4. Aidan Quigley of Roll Call is saying that Representative Scalise, who is the current Republican whip and presumed majority leader, says that there will be at least one more round of voting today. The Republicans are discussing a motion to adjourn after that, but no decisions have been made. Now, if you've been with us all afternoon, the House has been in session since noon. That's 3 hours, and they've taken another 2 votes today, and another one looks likely to occur. If you have to step away, if you are on the go and out and about, of course, you can always hear us on C-SPAN radio, but you can also listen on the C-SPAN Now app. Wherever you get your apps, find C-SPAN Now, and you can get not only what's going on the House floor, but our other channels as well. And that, of course, is Representative Matt Gaetz, who has voted all 5 times against Kevin McCarthy, but who he's talking to there is Ken Buck, Republican of Colorado, who has indicated that the 5th ballot, the last time the Speaker vote was held, was the last time that he was committed to Kevin McCarthy. And we're still waiting on the official results of the 5th ballot for Speaker. A couple more tweets. Sahil Kapoor. We'll get to it afterwards.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 433, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 20. With one recorded as present. No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I rise today to nominate Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the People's House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
My colleagues, well, it's Groundhog Day. Again, and if it's all right with you, I would like to. Thank you, Madam Clerk. If it's all right with you all, I would like to address not you, but the American people. Because, quite frankly, they are. Well, we don't have a speaker yet. So, the American people, well, they are our boss, and we work for them. Yesterday, as we were here on the House floor, our constituents from all around the country made their voices heard. Today, the calls, the text messages, emails, they all continue. People are letting their voice be heard, and that is a very, very good thing. Because that is what we are, after all, a constitutional republic that serves all Americans, not just a select few. To all Americans watching right now, I want to tell you that we hear you. We hear you. And we will get this right. No matter how messy this process is, we will emerge better for having been through this, because nothing great ever comes easy. For the last several months, negotiations have gone back and forth over a rules package to make this chamber, your chamber, a better place to deliver better results for you, the American people. And I want to remind everyone watching, listening here in this chamber, that this chamber and this body, our country, we are bigger than a single person or a single moment in time. We are a nation collectively of great people, great patriots, and great moments of courage. The rules package that has been highlighted by so many of my colleagues dictates how this chamber functions, how bills come to the floor, how much time we get to read these bills, whether or not we will get single-issue bills, and whether or not we can vote proxy. And as you have witnessed from events yesterday, so many people have said, what are the next steps? What will we accomplish if we continue down this current path? Will we wake up tomorrow and be in this exact same place? The people calling my office said over and over and over again, it is time to get to work. Anything less is unacceptable. And you know, as we stood on this House floor yesterday, and again today, over 200 people were poisoned from fentanyl. Fentanyl that came from an open border because of the Biden open border policy. Over 5,000 people were encountered at the border because of Biden's open border policies. These are the issues that people care about. They don't sit around their kitchen tables at night saying, I wonder who's going to be speaker. No, they elect people to come here to do the things that matter, the issues that impact them every single day. And in an era of uncertainty, the last thing they need is uncertainty within this chamber. We were elected to be the voice of our constituents. We are their voice in this chamber. And they didn't send us to be perpetual critics. They sent us to get things done. And as we all know, because after all, we are in politics, the line of critics is always long. But the list of those that are actually rolling up their sleeves and doing the difficult job of leading, of uniting, of delivering results, especially in a chamber like this, well, that list is very short. Kevin McCarthy has proved that he can get things done. He has proven that he is willing to stand up in the face of critics and not only prove them wrong, but work with them. The only thing sovereign in this republic are its people, and they have deemed it right to place a check on the Biden administration and put our party, the Republican Party, in control of this chamber. Now is the time that we take control. I understand a lack of trust among some of our colleagues. I do.
Will the House be in order?
I understand a lack of trust among some of our colleagues. But what I am asking is that we all trust the American people who sent our colleagues here. This House is the only part of the federal government that stands for election every 2 years. Therefore, this chamber is an instrument of the people's will. And the people have overwhelmingly voted for Kevin McCarthy. If we continue down this road, if we continue with the actions of yesterday and today, we stifle the will of the American people. The changes to the rules of this place and how it functions have been overwhelmingly positive in the last few weeks. Legislation stands ready. It is time to unite, roll up our sleeves, and get to work doing the people's business. The gentleman, my friend Kevin McCarthy from California, has done more than anyone in this chamber to secure a Republican majority. Many of the people who are members here today are, quite frankly, here because of his leadership, because they have trusted him, and he has gone out of his way to make sure that every single one of us has had a voice at the table. Furthermore, every single returning Republican in this chamber who cast a vote 2 years ago in the last Congress voted for Kevin McCarthy as our leader. We were united then, and we must unify now. That's the only way to start the people's business, the very reason that we're all here. It's to unify and get to work. Because we must commit to unity instead of division, because we owe it to the American people who sent us here. We must choose to lead in the face of a liberal Senate and Obama's JV team in the White House. We owe it to the American people. The American people sent a conservative majority to govern this body, but we cannot even begin to govern because, heck, we can't even swear in as members of Congress. I've traveled the country for the last 2 years as the youngest Republican woman in the 117th Congress, helping to secure a majority of members who are on both sides of today's Republican vote. Diversity of thought is a good thing. It's one of the things that sets us apart from our friends on the other side of the aisle. Yes, diversity of thought is a good thing. But they want us divided. They want us to fight each other. That much has been made clear by the popcorn and blankets and alcohol that is coming over there. The House is not in order. The House is not in order.
Get some order.
The clerk would ask all members-elect to abide by the established decorum of the House while making nominations. Gentlewoman is recognized.
As evidenced by my colleagues' actions, so today I am asking my friends and colleagues, are we the party of Reagan Republicans? Reagan, who said, someone who is with me 80% of the time is a loyal and good friend, not a 20% traitor? Are we the party of Reagan? That is the question that I ask you to answer as we embark on this next ballot. It's upon us to remain a nation of equal opportunity, not equal outcome. That is what is on the line here today, and that is why I am nominating Kevin McCarthy, and I humbly ask for your support. Madam Clerk, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House, the lead vote getter in the last 5 rounds.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Clerk, Democrats are united behind a speaker who will build safer communities. He's a leader in gun violence prevention. He has worked to make our criminal justice system more fair, more equitable, and more effective, and he's done it working with both sides of the aisle. A leader who has a track record in actually getting things done. And he understands that public safety, public health, and economic opportunity must go hand in hand. That's why, at the direction of the Democratic caucus, I advanced the name of Hakeem Jeffries from Brooklyn, New York, as our next Speaker for the 118th Congress.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, to nominate the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, no matter what your political persuasion, one thing is universally recognized across this country. Washington is broken. Washington is completely broken. Whether it's a wide open border, millions of people streaming across, terrorists, criminals, fentanyl coming right to your community, not at the border, but into your community. Overdoses happening in your towns, funerals happening in your town because the border's open, because this place is broken. 12 days ago, in the middle of the night, 4,000 pages showed up over here $1.7 trillion in spending, 7,200 earmarks, 24 hours time to read it, like a Christmas tree right before Christmas, that nobody outside of this town wanted. If you've been here for 1 year, you voted on that once. If you've been here for 3 years, you voted on the same thing 3 times. If you've been here for 10 years, you voted on it 10 times. Washington is broken. We got crime running across the streets, no matter what community you're in, because now this town has decided that somehow the criminals aren't understood, and we've abandoned the victims. This is what people in our country are dealing with. We are funding wars in other countries while we're destroying our own military because this town is broken. We have an administration that has contempt for the American people and is using these big corporations to spy on Americans and using the instruments of federal power to persecute and prosecute them because this town is broken. And this place is literally broken. There hasn't been an amendment on the floor for 6 years in this town. So if you're not on the committee of jurisdiction, but it affects your citizens, well, too bad for you. You just vote yes or you just vote no. That's not how this place was designed to be. We vote on bills that have all kinds of things that have nothing to do with the bill itself. Everybody came here because they said to their constituents, this town is broken, and I want to fix it. Well, how are you going to fix it if you come to this town and just step right in line and keep doing the same things that everybody has done before you? It's not going to fix it, and the American people know it. And I would say this. I think the person that has done the most to make this fabulous, this wonderful Republican majority is Speaker Pelosi and her policies. That's what has achieved this majority over here because the American people are sick and tired of it and they've had enough of it. Now, this is not about personalities. It's not about personalities. It's about the policies that come out of here. This is not about personalities on this side of the aisle or that side of the aisle. We believe, and we want to believe, and we want to believe that every person that comes here, left, right, center, has the best intentions for our country. The best intentions for our country. And it's not about the personalities in this contest. It is not personal for us. But because we all acknowledge and we all know that Washington is broken, we must take a new path. There must be a new vision so that Congress works for the American people. Because the American people are watching what's happening here, and they've watched what's happened here, and they're sure in their hearts, and they can prove it, that this town works for this town. That's who this town is working for. Ladies and gentlemen, we are making history today. We are making history in this process. And we are showing the American people that this process works. Yeah, it's been about 100 years. It's been about 100 years since this has happened before. But we have said we're not going to take any more of Washington being broken. We're going to do something for the American people, and we're going to fix it. And is it going to be painful? And is it going to be difficult? Yeah, it probably is. That's why it took 100 years. It probably is. But we're going to do it. And we can also make history today by making the first...
Will the House be in order?
By electing the first Black Republican Speaker of the House. Yes, thank you. Now, as my colleagues probably know, the first Black members of Congress to serve in this body were Republicans. As a matter of fact, you probably also know that Frederick Douglass, who went and worked with Abraham Lincoln to emancipate the people of color in this country, said he would never be anything but a Republican, would never be anything but a Republican. I am here to nominate Byron Donalds because he has accomplished many things. He is a man of faith. He is a family man. He is a businessman, and he is a man of community service. He's come from the school of hard knocks, because not all outcomes in life are equal, but America is the place where we can each do great things regardless of our humble beginnings, each one of us. Now, Byron is a product of single family where it's not easy. It's not easy. But he has succeeded in America, and that's a testament to what we have created here and what we're trying to save. He's got a record of accomplishing things. He has a record of being on the right side. He is respected, he is trusted, he is capable, and he achieves results. Now, Byron has a big mind, and he's big in stature as well. He's very nice, but I will tell you this, in a negotiation with Chuck Schumer, I sure will want to be on the other side of Byron Donalds. He knows who he is, he knows what his foundation is, and he knows that Washington is broken, and what Chuck Schumer sends over here isn't going to work out for the American people. Ladies and gentlemen, Washington is broken. Byron Donalds will inspire us and restore our citizens' faith that this institution actually works for them. And it is my highest honor to nominate the gentleman from Florida, Byron Donalds, to be the next Speaker of the House, and I yield.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Emode. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babbitt. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Balance. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Bedagan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. Bergman. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Donalds. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries.
Boebert. Boebert. Donalds. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bast. Bast. McCarthy. Bowman.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Donalds. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. Buck. Bouchon. McCarthy. Budzinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Chavez DeRemer. McCarthy. Sherphyllis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Siscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Donalds. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney Jeffries. Craig Jeffries. Crane Donalds. Crawford McCarthy. Crenshaw McCarthy. Crockett Jeffries. Crow Jeffries. Cuellar Jeffries. Curtis McCarthy. Davids of Kansas Jeffries. Davidson McCarthy. Davis of Illinois Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania Jeffries. DeGette Jeffries. De La Cruz McCarthy. DeLauro Jeffries. Del Bene Jeffries. DeLuzio Jeffries. DeSaulnier Jeffries. Desjardins McCarthy. D'Esposito McCarthy. Diaz-Balart McCarthy. Dingle Jeffries. Doggett Jeffries. Donalds Duarte McCarthy. Duncan McCarthy. Dunn of Florida McCarthy. Edwards McCarthy. Elzie McCarthy. Emmer McCarthy. Escobar Jeffries. Eshu Jeffries. Espaillat Jeffries. Estes McCarthy. Evans Jeffries. Ezel McCarthy. Fallon McCarthy. Feenstra McCarthy. Ferguson McCarthy. Finstad McCarthy. Fishbach McCarthy. Fitzgerald McCarthy. Fitzpatrick McCarthy. Fleischman McCarthy. Fletcher Jeffries. Flood McCarthy. Foster Jeffries. Fushi Jeffries. Fox McCarthy. Lois Frankel Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin McCarthy. Frost Jeffries. Fry McCarthy. Fulcher McCarthy. Gates Donalds. Gallagher McCarthy. Gallego Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Donalds. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. Donalds. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee. McCarthy. Green of Texas. Jeffries. Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Rothman. McCarthy. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman. McCarthy. Harder of California. Jeffries. Harris. Donalds. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries. Hinson. McCarthy. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. McCarthy. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. McCarthy. Hunt. McCarthy. Issa. Issa. McCarthy.
Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries. 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 Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kim Lager-Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Khanna. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. LaLota. McCarthy. LaMalfa. McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler.
The Honorable Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries.
Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Lukemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. Luna. Donalds. Luttrell. McCarthy. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. McCarthy. Magaziner. Magaziner. Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. McCarthy. McCall. McCarthy. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. McCarthy. McGovern. Jeffries. McGarvey. Jeffries. McHenry. McHenry. McCarthy. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Mang. Jeffries. Muser. McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Donalds. Miller of Ohio. Miller of Ohio. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy. Mills. McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy. Nadler.
Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Neguse. Jeffries. Nails. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Donalds. None of Iowa. McCarthy. Obernolte. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Donalds. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. McCarthy. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pascrell. Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Donalds. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy. Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy. Rosendale. Donalds. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. McCarthy. Roy. Donalds. Ruiz. Jeffries. Ruppersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. Salazar. McCarthy. McCarthy. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. McCarthy. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise. McCarthy. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Schneider. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Schweikert. McCarthy. Scott. Austin Scott. McCarthy. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Donalds. Sessions. McCarthy. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Sherrill. Simpson. McCarthy. Slotkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. Smith of Missouri. Smith of Nebraska. McCarthy. Smith of New Jersey. McCarthy. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. McCarthy. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Spanberger. Jeffries. Sparks. Sparks. Stansbury. Stansbury. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. McCarthy. Steele. McCarthy. Stefanik. McCarthy. Style. McCarthy. Stubbe. McCarthy. Stevens. Jeffries. Stewart. McCarthy. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong. McCarthy. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Takano. Jeffries. Tenney. Tenney. McCarthy. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries.
Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Tiffany. McCarthy. Timmons. McCarthy. Titus. Jeffries. Tlaib. Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Jeffries. Turner. Turner. McCarthy. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. McCarthy. Van Drew. McCarthy. Van Dyne. McCarthy. Van Orden. McCarthy. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez. Jeffries. Vesey. Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. McCarthy. Wahlberg. McCarthy. Waltz. Waltz. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas. McCarthy. Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Winstrup. McCarthy. Westerman. McCarthy. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild. Jeffries. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of New York. McCarthy. Williams of Texas. McCarthy. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy. Womack. McCarthy. Yakum. McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Bergman. McCarthy. Buck. Buck. McCarthy. Magaziner. Jeffries. Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Sherrill. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. McCarthy. Sparks. Present. Waltz. McCarthy.
And on your screen is Representative Byron Donalds of Florida. Again, he got 20 votes for Speaker, sitting there with Congresswoman Boebert, I believe. And the results are the same as they were last time. They're not official yet, but we'll get that tally in just a few minutes. 212 for Hakeem Jeffries. Every Democrat votes with him. 201 for Kevin McCarthy, 20 for Byron Donalds, and 1 present vote. Again, Victoria Sparks, Republican of Indiana. Now, Sarah Ferris of Politico is saying that she's hearing that the Democrats will be willing to let the House adjourn for GOP conference. Plan had been to allow votes to continue until around 5 p.m. It's almost 4:30 here on the East Coast. And Jake Sherman of Punchbowl News. At this point, House Republicans are discussing trying to adjourn until 8 p.m. this evening. Now, on this sixth vote, we're waiting for the official results, but that tally you see on the left is probably accurate, but we'll get that in just a few minutes. And we are awaiting the official results for the sixth ballot for Speaker. And as we wait, we're looking at some of the members politicking in the chamber. Now, regular viewers of the House will recognize that these shots are a bit unusual. The House of Representatives has allowed C-SPAN to bring its own cameras in during the opening of the Congress for the last couple of openings. And these are C-SPAN cameras taking all these different shots that you see. They're not the standard House-controlled cameras that you usually see on each side and focused on a speaker. So we're able to get a little bit more flavor and a few more shots from the floor of the House in different angles, etc., like these. And again, C-SPAN has 3 cameras in there for the opening of the Congress, and this is something we don't normally get to have, and so we're trying to take advantage of it and make sure to show a lot of different shots. The other networks are also using our cameras as well.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 433, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 20. With one member as present. No member-elect having received the majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma rise?
I move that we adjourn until 8 o'clock this evening.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Motion's adopted.
The motion is adopted.
Is a member demanding the ayes and nays?
Is a member demanding the ayes and nays?
Okay, motion is adopted.
The motion is adopted.
House stands adjourned until 8 p.m. tonight.
The House stands adjourned until 8 p.m. tonight.
On the floor, it's fine.
And the House will be back in session to potentially take a 7th vote on the Speaker at 8 p.m. Eastern Time this evening. In the meantime, we want to hear your views on what's happened today. You can see the numbers there on the screen. 202 is the area code. 748-8920 if you are a Democrat. 202-748-8921 for Republicans, and all others. 202-748-8922. You can also participate via social media. Just remember, @C-SPAN is our handle for that. We'll begin taking those calls in just a few minutes. We're waiting for some supporters of Kevin McCarthy to hold a news conference, and we will be going live to that as well this afternoon. But in the meantime, joining us on the phone is Emily Brooks of the Hill newspaper. She covers the House leadership there. Emily Brooks, 3 votes today, all the same result. Is there a path forward for Kevin McCarthy?
Well, as we were wrapping up that sixth vote there, we were getting some word from some of those McCarthy detractors like Chip Roy and Dan Bishop that there has been progress in the last several hours on those negotiations. They were not specific about what those were exactly, but that is pointing to a sign that there could be a path forward to him as long as they are keeping talking and if those detractors are characterizing those negotiations as making progress.
Do you know some of the issues that they are talking about? Are they talking about concessions? Are they talking about the rules package?
They are being very tight-lipped about what exactly they are negotiating, but I know that committee assignments have been an issue. The makeup of the steering committee has been an issue, and a lot of the prioritization of different legislation has previously been an issue from those who are not voting for McCarthy. So it's unclear about how, that's one of those big questions really, is how much that Leader McCarthy will bend to a lot of these demands. He did indicate to reporters last night that the motion to vacate, that motion to essentially force a vote on ousting the speaker, he thought that that has been resolved with that 5-vote threshold, although there are still members voting against him who want that lowered back down to 1.
Emily Brooks, you're up there on the Hill. What's the mood? What's it like being up there?
I think people are getting tired of these repeated votes, especially as we saw today. There was no significant movement in either direction on those recorded votes for either McCarthy supporters or detractors. And so people are getting a little bit restless in the chamber during votes. We even heard a lot of discontent from Democrats when Representative Kat Cammack in her nominating speech kind of suggested that there might be alcohol on the Democratic side. But that actually showed one of the more interesting moments because there were calls to strike those words from the congressional record, but that procedure can only happen if there's a House rules package, which there is none yet because there hasn't been a speaker elected yet. So that was one demonstration about how the House can't really do anything until they get a speaker.
Ms. Brooks, how is Byron Donalds being viewed as the candidate, the anti-Kevin McCarthy candidate?
Well, I don't think there's a lot of serious discussion about him actually being a challenger to McCarthy in a sense that he can get the votes of a majority of the conference. And that's exactly the same thing that happened yesterday when members were nominating Jim Jordan to be speaker and voting for him. But there's not really any sense that he would get that threshold of a majority of votes either. And so he seems to be the protest candidate today. If we head to more votes later this evening or tomorrow, then perhaps they'll have a different one. But right now, he is the person they're voting for.
Emily Brooks, you mentioned that it's pretty tight-lipped on the Republican side. Is it more tight-lipped than usual? Usually you can get a story, correct?
It is. These are also very fast and ongoing negotiations, and so that is probably some of the reasoning there. But there's also a lot of worries that something is revealed that it could actually blow up those negotiations and it can break. And I will note that it's not all of the 20 McCarthy detractors who are a part of these negotiations, although Chip Roy and Dan Bishop have said that there thinks that there has been progress and movement. Andy Biggs, I just talked to him right before getting on the phone with you. He said that he doesn't know what Chip Roy's idea of progress is, kind of indicating that he's going to be very stuck in the mud against McCarthy.
Kevin McCarthy seems to have spent a lot of time on the floor. Who's doing the negotiating for him?
Well, on the floor, we're seeing him in his seat a lot of the time, but there have been his allies like Guy Rushenthaler, who is set to be chief deputy whip for the Republicans, talking to members. There has been Bruce Westerman talking to members, several of sort of those key McCarthy lieutenants and allies going over to talk to back of the Freedom Caucus people. Also, Jim Jordan, very interestingly, had a pretty animated discussion with Chip Roy on the floor today during one of the votes as the House was gaveling in. And so that is a sign that there are still talks going on. It's not a complete stalemate.
It has been a little bit different seeing Marjorie Taylor Greene and Jim Jordan as stalwart McCarthy supporters, yes?
It is different, although Jim Jordan, of course, McCarthy kind of helped give him the chance to get to the point where he is set to chair the House Judiciary Committee. And McCarthy was making the point last night that he, in the past, had defended the idea to elevate Jim Jordan against some people who thought that might not be such a good idea given his past opposition to McCarthy and a lot of what leadership was doing. And it's definitely a turn for Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was indicating last year that she wasn't sure if McCarthy could be Speaker or should be Speaker, had the votes to be Speaker, and now she's one of the most vocal proponents for him, saying that her colleagues have done a good job negotiating and made their point, and that they should get on board and vote for McCarthy now. And so it definitely is important to note that the House Freedom clash from the others. Certainly, they're not increasing their numbers today.
Two final questions. Where are the negotiations being held? We see a lot of politicking or a lot of animated discussions going on the floor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is one place that some discussions are being held, but there is actually a Speaker's office right off the floor, right off the House floor, where a lot of negotiations were held. Well, McCarthy and his allies were talking late last night and into late in the night. And that is different than the sort of more grand Speaker's office that is often seen in photos. And McCarthy only went back to that area later in the evening before everything had wrapped up. And also, a lot of people have been meeting in Tom Emmer's office. Last night, Chip Roy and a lot of his McCarthy detractor colleagues, Matt Gaetz, were in Emmer's office talking to Tom Emmer and their allies about potential negotiations. And so those seem to be the two hot spots right now.
And Tom Emmer is the incoming Republican whip. Finally, 8 p.m. tonight, if there is no breakthrough, will we see another vote with the same results? Is there a viable second candidate being discussed?
Right now, I'm not hearing any talk of a viable second candidate, although we have heard people like Don Bacon, who's a more moderate Republican, kind of floating the possibility of potentially working with Democrats to elect a more moderate speaker if it really looks like McCarthy can't get it. But that hasn't really moved forward much. Not much has materialized from that in a serious way. Very interestingly, former Representative Justin Amash, who ended up leaving the Republican Party and becoming the first Libertarian member of Congress, was on the House floor today and outside the House floor kind of offering himself up as a consensus alternative. That has not really seemed to get anywhere either. And as we've seen on the floor, even those McCarthy detractors, 20 of them choosing different candidates day to day, Jim Jordan, Byron Donalds, they haven't increased their numbers based off of who they're choosing.
Steve Scalise?
You know, Scalise is one of those members who is the most obvious potential alternative to McCarthy if McCarthy would ever to drop out. But I think from everything I've heard, members who are supporting McCarthy are not willing to entertain the idea of him being speaker or sort of anything along those lines right now while McCarthy is still in it. If he ever dropped out, that could change. But McCarthy vowed last night that he would not bow out of this race.
Emily Brooks is with The Hill. She covers the House leadership. Emily, I hope we can talk to you again later tonight. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you. And
now it's your turn. We want to hear from you about today's events and the speaker ballots, etc. 202 is the area code, 748-8920 for Democrats, 748-8921 for Republicans, and all others, 202-748-8922. Walker in Scotttown, Ohio, on the Republican line. Walker, what'd you think about today?
Well, you know, personally, I just think, you know, this is the first time I've ever really seen this happen. This is the first time a lot of people have seen this happen. And, you know, I think it was 1850s was the last time this happened. I could be wrong on that number. But I think this shows democracy in action. And I'm, as a Republican, I applaud the 20 members that have went against Kevin McCarthy. I don't think he's the man for the job. I think he's accomplished very little in his time of leadership since 2009. And I'm very happy to see some Republicans step up against the establishment and really challenge the status quo.
What are the issues that are important to you, Walker?
The main issues that I would say is reckless spending by the administration. On top of that, I think we have an open southern border that needs to be addressed. Those are probably the main two issues. And of course, we have many other problems in this country. And I think that I don't think Kevin McCarthy is the man for the job to handle this.
That's Walker in Scotttown, Ohio, and Sean is next. Pittsburgh, California, Democrats line. Sean, go ahead.
Hello, am I on the air?
You are.
Yeah, so it's very interesting to see that that all 212 members of the Democratic caucus are united under Representative Hakeem Jeffries, and it's also very interesting to see that probably one Republican now voting present, as of including 20 hardline Republicans voting for the other candidate other than Kevin McCarthy. Who's the other candidate again? Representative Donalds.
Byron Donalds, right.
Mm-hmm.
And you find it's at the end of your comment?
Yeah, and also I would like to add that the House clerks are the real MVPs here for counting and tallying the votes for this entire time.
That's Sean in Pittsburgh, California, and this is John, Twinsburg, Ohio, independent line. John, go ahead. What'd you find out today? What'd you think about today?
Well, I thought it was kind of funny that, well, kind of peculiar, but not so peculiar, of all the deals that are being made, you know, on the Republican side, both by the anti-McCarthy folks, and then obviously, you know, McCarthy has folks going for him that are going to get, I guess, committee roles and other things. I just wanted to actually focus on something good that happened today, where we actually saw members of opposing parties, Mr. McConnell from Kentucky and President Biden, meeting to talk about the infrastructure that's finally getting some headlines, I believe, in the media. But again, I guess thank you very much for showing us democracy in action. But I don't like all the deal making, and I guess it's out in public, so we'll see where it goes. I just don't think any of the votes are going to change.
Annie is a Republican in Lyman, Maine, or is that Lyman, Nebraska? That's Lyman, Nebraska. Sorry, Annie, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that McCarthy should not have even been nominated for the position.
Why?
He is not trustworthy. Him and McConnell are no different than Pelosi and Schumer. And you're right, that guy before, all the deals that they keep making, They don't care what the American people want, which is not McCarthy. And McCarthy, because he said one way or another he's going to get it. That's how arrogant he is. That's not how democracy works.
So,
and it's not leadership.
Annie,
we don't want him there.
But why? What is it about Kevin McCarthy? He's getting 90% of the Republican conference in the House. He's getting 90% of the vote.
If they were to actually take a poll about what Americans want, he'd lose, hands down.
But what do Americans want? What do Americans want?
We want new faces in Congress, new leadership. That's why we voted to get the House. And we still
tell you what, it's a little difficult to talk to both of you at the same time, so I'm going to move on to Raymond in Durham, North Carolina, Democrats line. Raymond, hi.
Helga, how are you doing today?
How was your day?
My day was fine. I'm curious about something that I've noticed. Nobody has been sworn in yet. So how can a newly elected member be required to vote for the new head? Is there a requirement?
You know what? That is a wonderfully good technical question because they all are representatives elect at this point because the previous Congress was dissolved and the new one hasn't started on the House side. And that's a great question. So, and I wish I could give you a pithy answer. Maybe we can do a quick research for you on that.
I would appreciate it very much. I find it very interesting that so many newly elected members can vote but have never been sworn in.
Well, they're voting for Speaker. They're voting within the House. They're not voting on legislation. They're voting on internal rules and internal leadership. So that's where that comes from, Raymond. And Andrew Desiderio tweets out that McCarthy just walked into a closed-door meeting with his detractors, some of those 20 people that we have seen voting against him and voting for Byron Donalds today. Chad is in Cedar Hill, Texas, independent line. Chad, what did you think about today?
Yeah, I'm very pleased with the 20 who are staying steadfast and not voting for McCarthy. The very reason I left the Republican Party was because I determined that there was no distinguishable difference between Republican establishment and Democrat establishment. And, you know, McCarthy represents the establishment who represents the same old, just stalemated kind of run-of-the-mill politics as usual. And I thought it was interesting and actually quite funny that the female representative from Florida got up there and talked about how she was being inundated with phone calls and text messages from constituents who were saying the Republican Party in the House need to unify around McCarthy. I highly doubt that that's the case. I mean, I'm sure that there are some people telling her to do that, but I think the voice that is being pressed upon her most is that of her donors, the wealthy elite who, in a sense, basically benefit from Republicans and Democrats in Congress. I think they're more representative of the elitist class than they are the American people.
So, Chad, when you say establishment, what does that mean to you? Because you say it in a negative way.
Well, when I say establishment, what I mean by that is the Congress as it stands right now is so far removed from what our founding fathers set into motion. The government, the federal government in particular, was meant to be small. Over the course of the last 2 centuries, the Congress is a runaway train at this point, and the federal, the executive branches as well, with all the executive orders and executive actions, with the fact that we have all of these departments that smack of socialism, really, that we don't need. It's de-incentivizing meritocracy. It's de-incentivizing entrepreneurship, and we're becoming very incrementally a socialist state. The Congress is completely out of hand, and I really stand by what Representative Roy from Texas said in terms of, the spending. Like, we're spending money that we don't have, and all of this is part and parcel with the establishment types that are more interested in empowering themselves and enriching themselves than they are in really getting back to a constitutional republic, which was set forth by our founding fathers.
Thank you, sir. What do you do in Cedar Hill, Texas?
I run a small business, and I'm very involved in my church. So.
What kind of business?
I own a plumbing company.
All right. Thanks, Chad, for your time.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching. You. Reminder that some Kevin McCarthy supporters will be holding are scheduled to hold a press conference this afternoon. We will go to that live. The House is coming back at 8 p.m. to continue what they've been doing for the last 2 days. There have been 6 votes in total, 3 today. All 3 votes had the same result today, and so they went ahead and adjourned and trying to do some more negotiating. And we will be, of course, live with the House at 8 p.m. this evening. Ellen, Mattoon, Illinois, Republican line. You're on C-SPAN. Please go ahead.
Yes, I am really disappointed about the 20 that will not relinquish their vote. The Democrats all stick together. The Republicans don't. And until the Republicans learn to work together within their own party, they're going to lose every time. I am for Kevin McCarthy, and I hope that they can make a deal.
What is it about Kevin McCarthy, or what about the Republican Party that attracts you?
The Republican Party? I've never voted for a Democrat in my life, and I'm 88 years old, because I think they're the party of the people. I think the Democrats are a bunch of Democrats, and I believe, and if you look back into history, the Republicans have been the most honest, and the Democrats the most dishonest.
That's Ellen in Mattoon, Illinois. I hope you're with us again tonight at 8 p.m. when they come back into session. Scott McFarland, CBS News, tweets out, just spoke with Representative Dan Webster, a Republican of Florida, a McCarthy supporter, and asked if anything will change before House reconvenes at 8 p.m. He said it's very unlikely based on what's happened so far. Elliot is a Democrat in New York City. Good evening, Elliot. What do you think about today's proceedings?
Good evening. Well, first of all, I have to say the C-SPAN camera angles were excellent. I found it very, very interesting that during the election season, there were 8 Republican House members that lost primaries in the Republican Party because somebody had put up a candidate more hardline than them. Those 8 probably would be voting for Kevin McCarthy. Also, George Santos from nearby here, Queens and Long Island, they said that they were letting George Santos come in to the House chamber because McCarthy needed every vote.
But he was also duly elected, wasn't he?
Sure, following fraud and not filling out full financial disclosure forms. That would probably be undone at some point. But if they want to have infighting in the party like they did during those primaries and also during Senate primaries, Mehmet Oz primaried someone and he was defeated very badly in the general. If they want all that infighting, well, they can do the infighting. I don't know why they're trying to encourage each other to end the voting and all get along, because they've built the party on infighting.
Elliot, what do you think of your fellow New Yorker Hakeem Jeffries as the leader of the House Democrats?
I liked Hakeem Jeffries the very first second that I saw him on TV. I hadn't known anything about him. And as it happens, we are graduates of the same school, so I'm biased. But I think that he's doing a wonderful job. He's just being dignified, which is what we expect during a speakership election. And, you know, his guy, Mr. Aguilar, gets up each time and says, I am nominating Hakeem Jeffries. You know, there's no arguing. There's no demands. It's just they're acting like adults. Mr. Jeffries and his, you know, little team there are acting like adults.
That's Elliot in...
That's what I like to see.
That's Elliot in New York City. Jack is in California on our independent line. Jack, can you say the name of your city, please?
I'm from Tuolumne, California.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead. What's your comment for tonight?
Well, the thing is that I don't think that any of these people represent the true line of Chairman Gonzalo. And I think that we need to unite the peoples against all the imperialists and their wars. We need to uphold the world people's war against the imperialist world war. And the thing is that they don't represent Chairman Gonzalo.
Thank you, sir. We're going to have to leave it there. The Republican news conference is starting.
Listen, hey, thank everyone for joining us today. We have here a group of combat veterans, all of whom have served this great nation overseas, in combat, in the various branches, and have decided to continue their service in the United States House of Representatives. They all know what it means to be on a team. They know what it means to sacrifice. They know that there are more men and women overseas right now putting their lives on the line for this republic than the entire British, Canadian, and Australian military combined. And they know what it means to be worthy and conduct themselves in a way that is worthy of the sacrifices for the men and women we couldn't bring home or who came home literally missing limbs and forever altered upstairs. So I'm going to hand off in just a moment, but before I do, to get their perspective on what this all means to us, why they ran, and what's gone on in the last few days. But before I do, I just want to take a minute to read what our adversaries are saying. In North Korea, in Iran, in Venezuela, in Cuba, authoritarian regimes all over the world are pointing to what's going on in the House of Representatives and saying, look at the messiness of democracy, look at how it doesn't work, how it can't function, and in contrast to their authoritarian regimes. And just a couple of quotes from Chinese state media, from the Global Times. The events are chaotic, phenomena of spread and aggravation of the disease of the U.S. political system. What happened in the highest hall of U.S. democracy is not a simple farce, but a political thriller with huge destructiveness and a wide-ranging and far-reaching impact. Faced with the political chaos in the U.S., there is a sharp question whether the political class of the country is able to govern, and whether the internal conflicts and contradictions of one of the major political parties contaminate the entire system. Folks, I think my colleagues would join me in that this is unacceptable. Some points have been made, concessions have been made, and now is time to move on, to move forward, and to govern as in the way the American people elect us to do. And I will hand off to one of our newest colleagues, former Navy SEAL, Representative Van Orden, Representative-elect Van Orden.
Representative-elect,
Yes,
for a
sir.
reason.
All right.
I am not a member of Congress yet. And as a matter of fact, there is no Congress right now because we're at an impasse. So you're looking at 291 years of military service, myself including everybody behind me. I'll say that again, 291 years of collective military service. Combat deployments We've spent years and years away from our home, serving our nation proudly. I'm 53 years old. I've had 50 of my friends killed in training and combat since 9/11. And we must absolutely understand the gravity of what we're talking about. We are here to serve the American people. We all put a uniform on before. Well, this is my uniform now. And I plan on serving the people of the United States of America. The people standing behind me have regularly, consistently, over decades, proven that they're willing to put something greater than themselves above themselves. It's service over self. I'm incredibly proud to be a member of this august body, and I want to make sure that everybody out there understands what we're trying to accomplish. We're trying to make sure that we can do the people's will. And a minority of our party has decided that they want to continue with this obstructionism, and it's actually becoming detrimental to our nation. And I will not stand for that. So with that, thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to Representative Dan Crenshaw.
Thank you all for being here. It's an honor to be joined by